1, 2. And let me know when you're running.
One, two.
Hello, directors.
So how are you?
Good, how are you?
Oh, welcome.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
Good to see you as well.
Okay, so for now, oops, we'll just put this here.
Okay,
We are on YouTube. We are live streaming.
okay. That's much.
Ruben's supposed to be here tonight.
Yes, he will. I think virtually. Yes, and I think Ruben will be virtual as well.
Oh, okay, this also turned over. There he is. Hello.
Testing that the participants can hear us. You can just raise your hand. Great. The time is 5 o'clock and we're ready to begin.
Call the meeting to order. Please do a roll call.
Time is 5:01. Director Danziger.
Here.
Director Hassler.
Here.
Director Hassler, for the record, is attending by Zoom in New York. Director Jorgens.
Here.
Director Romer.
Here.
Director Jex.
Here. Please join me in pledges of allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'd like to invite public comment in regards to anything on the closed session items.
So we do not have any attendees. We did receive one written public comment from Mike Fedorov, which was forwarded to the directors and posted on our website.
Okay, then we will go into our closed session during this meeting
And the time is 5:02. If you could please mute your microphones.
right by it on the way to.
Yeah, you do, yes.
Well, you can, if there are two ways, but
Yeah,
that's one, that's the faster way.
A lot of my friends that are stationed there. That was the problem.
We're ready, President Jex, when you're ready to begin.
Okay. I'd like to call a meeting to order and have a roll call, please.
Time is 7:09. Director Danziger,
Here.
Director Hassler,
Here.
and Director Hassler's participating by Zoom. Start the Director Jorgens.
Here.
Director Romer,
Here.
Director President Jex.
Here. I'd like to just report on our closed session. There's nothing to report. And I think we're going to take something out of order, and Chief has an item you'd like to.
Thanks, sir. With the
Present.
director's concurrence, County Chief Lucas Lambert will introduce a special guest. Love to recognize the team.
Oh.
This projector story.
I think this is warming up.
And we have assistants here.
This is the professional. Go ahead.
You can give it a test.
Test.
Yep.
Nice.
All right. All right. Good evening, directors. I appreciate you taking this out of order for just a moment. Just to give a brief description, I'm going to paint the picture of an incident that occurred on May 24th, where our MOFD crews responded to the report of a single vehicle off the roadway in an area near Ream Boulevard. Upon arrival, our crews encountered a single vehicle off the roadway with an occupant that was not breathing and had no pulse. Crews were able to extricate the patient and immediately begin CPR with advanced cardiac life support. Crews were able to regain pulses on scene before they went en route to the hospital. Lastly, I had the opportunity to speak with the patient and her family, and I'm happy to report that she made a miraculous recovery. On Saturday, October 8th, our crews had the opportunity to meet Mrs. Kelly Copelson at Station 44 and reunited under completely different circumstances. Members of the board, I'm pleased to introduce to you tonight Mrs. Kelly Copelson. And I'd like to invite her to the podium and say a few words. Thank you.
Hey.
Wow, I don't know if I deserve applause. It's really you guys who deserve the applause. And sorry, I'm really emotional. My husband, Edward, who grew up with Chief Winiger, and I are well aware of the survival rate for cardiac arrest outside the hospital. And it hovers somewhere between 6 and 10%. So we are so grateful that we live where we do, that first responders came quickly and came well trained and came with proper equipment and did what they did. Or, our lives would look very different and I wouldn't be here. So we can't express our gratitude enough to this department and this wonderful place that we call home. So thank you.
Yes, thank you, Kelly and Eddie, for joining us. It's always very special to us when we have the opportunity to meet the person after an incident. And of course, before you is a picture of Kelly joined and her family joined with our family at MOFD. So we thank you for joining us here this evening at our board meeting, and thank you for taking the time to talk about your story with our firefighters. Thank you very much.
Hey.
Appreciate it.
I would just like to say personally, I can't tell you how gratified I am it brings me to tears that you've taken time to come and thank us for this. It can be very discouraging to serve on a board with no pay, to put thousands of hours into a volunteer position. And many of the people who come before us have complaints. And we are sensitive individuals as well. So that when you come into our midst and say these words to us, it makes up for 100 people who are criticizing us. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. And thanks to the great crew that saved her too.
Yes,
Obviously.
exactly. Well, we're appreciative. That's why we're here. I think I can speak for the rest of the board, is to support the firefighters who save lives, because someday that might be us too.
Exactly. Good job.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Ms. Copelson have some family to get to, so I'd like to excuse them this evening. Thank you very much for
Yeah.
coming.
Thank you
Thank
both.
Yeah, great.
Thank you both of you.
Wow. Yeah. It's bizarre.
Should note that the rest of the board topics feel very anticlimactic.
Absolutely. Can we get more of that?
Yeah, we also had the chance to see them at a pancake breakfast, which is the first time I'd seen Eddie since we were about 18. So it
Wow.
was,
Yeah.
great.
Amazing.
Small world.
It is very small. So back to the regular agenda. We've already reported out on closed session. Marcia, we'll be up to John.
So the public comment is open for items that are not on the agenda. This is an opportunity for the public to address the board concerning any item not on the board's agenda, but within the subject matter of the jurisdiction of the board. Speakers will be given an opportunity to speak on each agenda item at the end, at the time that item is called. We do not have any hands raised. I have not received any speaker cards to speak. And that is it.
Okay, we'll move to item 7.1. Any information, only reports related directors by a district or by a director of the district. Expense.
One for me.
None?
Nope. Nothing.
Questions and informational comments from board members and staff?
I do have one. I just want to acknowledge that on Saturday was Veterans Day, and this is actually, the whole month of November is actually National Veteran and Military Families Month. And just paraphrasing our Secretary of Defense, Lloyd Austin III, and what he said was he wanted to thank all veterans for everything you've given to keep America safe. And veterans have chosen to put service before self. That ethos extends beyond the years in military uniform, and that many of our vets continue to serve their communities after or still while they're serving their country to enrich our democracy as leaders, teachers, coaches, mentors, and more. And so I just want to acknowledge our veterans within the fire service and in our community. And thank you. We have one here. Thank you.
We do.
Great.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Good, great comments. Thanks. Thanks.
Okay, move on to communications received.
We received 4 communications listed above and included in the packet. Fire chief updates.
Meeting board, we'll begin with the finance report from Mary Smith.
Evening, directors. I have a brief finance report this evening. Next slide, please, Marcia. We'll start with the strike team reimbursement update. For 2022, 2023, our receivable was $1.1 million, and we received payments for the outstanding receivable in full. So we have nothing, no receivable outstanding for last year, 2022, 23.
Yay.
Good job.
Yeah. Wow.
Estimated for 2023-24 to date, we have about $556,000 in receivables. We have not received any payments. The receivable is based on F-42s that have been received to date. Invoices are pending from OES. I have received some and I'm working on getting those into the system. So payment will follow receipt of the invoices. Tunnel East Bay Hills financial update. The total project budget for the Tunnel East Bay Hills was $6,380,563. To date, through September 30th, we have invoiced to CAL FIRE $1,178,650. We have received payments from CAL FIRE in the amount of $475,620. So our net outstanding receivable through September 30th is $703,030. That is the full third quarter invoice that has been received by CAL FIRE and is in process for payment. We have also paid expenses in October and November of $567,100. So our total expenses outstanding at this point are $1,270,000, $270,130. As I said, the invoice for the third quarter, the $703,000 has been submitted and is under review with CAL FIRE. And the invoice for October 2023 is in process. Next slide, please. Treasury bill update. The district now has $10.7 million invested in treasury bills. $2.7 million mature on November 24th, $3 million mature on December 21st, and $5 million matures on January 23rd. The staff will continue to project cash flows to determine the amount of reinvestment available as treasury bills mature. And that concludes my report unless there are any questions.
So I guess just a comment. So the $1.2 million that we have paid out to people, but we haven't received from the government used to not be a big deal because nobody earned any interest. Now we could be earning 5% interest on that. So it's even more important these days than it was before to actually collect our bills, which you've been doing. I'm not saying you're very slow, but
Yes, sir.
it's more important than it used to be.
100%, sir. And Mary and the team have been doing a great job of staying on top of it. Given CAL FIRE's expansion and the size of the grant and the number of grants they've had out, we have had some administrative, not challenges, but doors through which we have to walk. As there was a brief period where the current contract requirements were being applied to ours, which was in a prior year. So they're very hands-on and proactively dealing with the folks who receive and review these to ensure they're being cleared out. And they've done a great job, exactly to your point, sir. Recognizing the potential that limits our ability to invest in T-bills, obviously keeping an eye on our cash flow and all of those other things that are of concern to the board. They've been doing a very good job of staying proactively engaged so that things don't sit either on our end or on CAL FIRE's end awaiting review before reimbursement. And we anticipate the flash to bang on submission to payments being reduced as we go forward, as we have increased throughput. That as folks see as our invoices are submitted more frequently, that should reduce the amount of time, but we're at the tail. I would say we're at the end of the beginning with regard to the startup challenges with large expenditures for a new class of work, i.e. mitigation versus environmental review, that we should see a reduced payment time. So yes, sir, very aware. And the team's been very, very involved with CAL FIRE, ensuring these get processed in a timely manner. That the projects are also firing on all cylinders, so to speak. As we talked about before, got done with review, eased in, we're fully staffed with the project manager and the assistant project manager. We've had as many as 3 crews working on any given time in different work areas, really taking advantage of the seasonal weather window that we've been experiencing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Next, we'll have HR report, Christine Russell.
Good evening, directors. Tonight, I have a recruitment and employment change update. So in regards to the recruitment update for firefighter paramedic trainee, we have 3 candidates that have completed background and completed the paramedic field evaluation. They are ready to start the academy. So we have secured slots in the Confire Academy, which is to begin on January 16th. The academy will be approximately 20 weeks in duration. In addition, we have 2 candidates that are in the end stages of background, so they will potentially be in the academy as well. In regards to fuels mitigation specialists, we had interviews, we hosted them in late August. There were 2 candidates that were identified to move forward in the recruitment process. Both candidates passed the background. One candidate started on November 1st, and the other will be starting this coming Monday on November 20th. So this will bring us to 1 vacancy, and we are expecting to fill this vacancy by the end of the month and be fully staffed with fuels mitigation specialists.
Is that vacancy one of the grant positions?
So the vacancy is one of the regular budgeted positions.
So we've been filling the grant positions filled first.
Yes.
And this will be the first time we're fully staffed with the fuel mitigation specialist.
And then moving on, the upcoming promotional recruitment we have for fire engineer, paramedic 2, per our promotional recruitment schedule, will be posted in early December for a 90-day application period, and we will be hosting the examination sometime in March 2024. And then for employment changes, so fire captain, paramedic 2, Matthew Nichols, retired effective October 13th, 2023. Captain Nichols served just under 17 years with MOFD. And then due to the vacancy in the fire captain position, Clayton Hoover promoted from fire engineer to fire captain effective October 20th, 2023. And Clayton was first ranking on the eligibility list from the captain's promotional exam this past June. And then finally, the new fuels mitigation specialist, Raul Sandoval, he started on November 1st. And Raul comes to the district from Marin County Fire Department, where he served as a wildfire defensible space inspector. And then unless there are any questions, that's all I have.
I have a couple of questions here. For the firefighter paramedic trainees,
Mhm.
can you tell us the gender of them? Male,
males.
female,
All men.
all men, okay. Same with fuel mitigation specialists?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I would just, from me and probably from the board, I don't want to speak for everybody, but I want to congratulate Matt Nichols and Captain Hoover and welcome the new employee too.
Thank you very much.
So he was only here 16 years, well, not only, but
We may be
so
somewhere else.
was he someplace else before that? Did
No,
he
sir,
retire
was,
early?
No.
He was the project manager in construction,
Yep.
primarily in San Jose before he made a mid-career transition to becoming a firefighter in his mid-30s.
Okay.
Thank you, Christine.
Thank you.
Great. Fire Marshal, I'll be giving the fire prevention report. Fire Marshal Isaacs is out overseeing an effort taking advantage of the rain, which is an opportunity for us to get fire on the ground in and around piles. And this is an opportunity to make hay, so hay is being made. Our number of complaints year to date on dead trees, those numbers are largely unchanged from last month. Property transfer inspections continue steady rise. We're not meeting the highs we met 2 years ago during the pandemic fueled movement to the suburbs, but we continue to see a significant number of property transfers and transfer inspections. Of note, that program continues to be very successful, given that the seller is highly motivated to come into compliance in order to move the process. We continue to believe the property transfer inspection requirement is one of our best case scenarios, and as noted there in parentheses, fails continue to be, as they were with our property inspections, the 2-foot non-combustible is our greatest failure rate, and it really has to do with the mulch being spread right up against the house. We continue our outreach and education efforts with the realtor community. We are open to better ideas about how to engage the landscaping community, but we just have been unable to find organizing agencies. Yes, sir.
So we had 344 in 1 month?
No, sir, those are year to date.
Okay. Because it said complaints were year to date, but everything year to date.
I'm sorry,
Okay.
that one's year to date. Yes, sir. And then for exterior inspections, you see the number of the conducted failed once again with that high failure rate. A large number of those had to do with 2-foot non-combustible, as we talked about with the map last month. We saw a lot of folks in those Firewise neighborhoods that were non-compliant initially rapidly got into compliance. It really had to do with pulling back the mulch that either some folks weren't even aware that the mulch had been spread, and were somewhat surprised to learn that the landscaper had filled in that void space. We have 98 remaining open cases. The team, largely those are ones that there was either an extension was granted or we're still in the reinspection period, mostly due to folks that were out of town through the summer, and basically the clock started upon their return. We've had 4 California Fire Code violations. That's things associated with buildings and structures. And then the exterior hazard violations is where the preponderance of our violations occur. On the right side for mandated inspections, go to the next slide, please. State mandated inspections are e-occupancies. We have gotten underway there. A lot of those failures have to do with combustible material on the walls, decorations. That's standard for schools. It's an ongoing education issue. We're working on that with them. Today, we had a meeting with the State Fire Marshal's Office and the team at St. Mary's regarding the inspections conducted in their R2 dormitories. They're not, e-occupancies are limited to 12th grade. Higher education is in a different classification, but there are 2 dorms. There were a number of issues that were identified. We met with the St. Mary's team, and the State Fire Marshal's Office sent 3 representatives down to ensure that the requirements were understood and that we're on a pathway to getting those corrected. We have a follow-on meeting on November 29th, 14 days from now, where we believe the vast majority of those will be corrected. Things like string lights and stuff that kids do in dorms. I'm sorry, back.
What about their alarm system?
We continue to work with them. I would provide a more complete report in January, but we have not resolved that issue yet. And then plan reviews continue to come in. You'll note there was that big surge from the pandemic, and we're now getting back in plan review and something that looks more like our normal cadence. Our inspector, Steve Chow, continues to do a great job. We're making less use of WC3 than we were before as he grows into that position and is able to handle the majority of our plan review. Chipping days, we serviced several days of chipping, primarily in Camp Lindo, associated with work being done around our inspection activity there. With credit to Steve Hoyt and the team and Camp Lindo Firewise have been very organized. We were able to provide a chipper for several days to help clear out material in that area. We're back in the chipping business, although obviously demand goes down this time of year, but the crew that is out pile burning right now will be able to start servicing chipping requests here as they come in. And then we continue to not have any jails, high rises, or boarding houses. Next slide, please. And then this is what the team, the wrapping up the inspections. Obviously, property inspections are ongoing. Fuel break work, we're using the specialists in support of the Tunnel East Bay Hills fuel break. Charged against the fuel break as well in places where it makes sense, specifically doing things like driving the truck so that the crews that are chipping can keep chipping while chips are being hauled by not taking a hand crew member off the line. And then Jeff continues to be involved in the Zone Zero work group, pending final regulations that will be released by the Board of Forestry that we haven't seen yet.
So do we use our chipper truck because you can have a chipper sit there and fill the truck, that truck can go and you can have a second truck. Do we do that or?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And we're hiring out Mary and Jeff have worked an amendment with CAL FIRE that allows us to, when we use our truck and our chipper on the fuel break, we can charge it at the state rate. So that we're able to not only provide additional resources, but we're able to recoup some of the investment in the vehicle.
Cool.
I'd say just on the fuel break, which is the next topic. I believe, I'm sorry, there's a summary of our, once again, primarily during the last month, we continue to see primarily is the requirement on the getting things cleared out and away, as we've talked about before. It's the same things, generally speaking, that we see, clearing of combustible vegetation, limbing of trees, and the 2-foot non-combustible, which is poorly understood. This is our administrative citation report, largely unchanged from what the board saw last month. And click on that, all is up. We've seen more green here. This continues to be a tremendously good news story. As you may recall, when we first reviewed this map back in August, there was an awful lot of red in our residential neighborhoods. Those have largely converted to green. And we've seen a tremendous amount of compliance. And once again, that these form interior fuel breaks. if you will, or interior fuel modified zones. And if you picture fire transitioning into our community from the open spaces to our northeast, or from Lafayette up and over that rise along Glorietta and St. Mary's Road, we see the presence of compliant communities at those transition points. This is a really good news story about the community responding to the information provided via the inspection process and moving into compliance quickly. Obviously, there's some outstanding cases, but a lot of those, there's a good reason behind them. Sleepy Hollow Swim and Tennis, as an example, is an area where we are very likely to get fire on the ground next week and address some long-term issues up there.
So that looks like more than 90% to me.
90%.
You know, green versus red.
Oh, yes, sir. I don't know the percentage off the top of my head, but we're trending in a really, I mean, this is, I know I've said this before, but this is essentially unheard of, that we've gotten this level of compliance with this. As we talked about last night, the 2x2, I think there's a large degree of this of the network effect of a neighborhood getting on board and folks being able to learn from what their neighbors learn. So to help with the information transfer and some of the barriers to compliance having to do with just not knowing what needs to be done. There's a network effect of this being done in concentrated areas. I'm grateful for the board's direction on this. And this has been a fundamentally better way of doing business than what we were doing before. We were hung up on the evacuation routes. I think that was a necessary transition, but having moved beyond that, this is the logical next step. And one of our upcoming winter month priorities is doing an updated analysis to identify the areas that will have the greatest benefit that will allow us to move from these neighborhoods where we focus this year into the next neighborhoods that make sense. And we start turning this map, getting a lot more green on the map.
So is that area up in the upper left corner going to be, that's Sleepy Hollow, I guess. Is that going to be a big target next, or?
Oh, Bear Ridge?
Is that what that is? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Is that
Yeah,
gonna-
it's the Sleepy Hollow Swim and Tennis down into Bear Ridge, and probably Manzanita, backed up to along Minor Road on the north side of the golf course. I don't know what fairway that is, but in that area, those are logical next steps. But we need to do some more analysis and take a look at, if we presume fire won't spread through these areas because of the degree of compliance, where are the next pathways? That's complicated by the fact that nobody has a fuel model for structures yet. We're doing some very interesting work with Colorado State that may net us, using graph theory, may net us a way to show structures as a fuel likely to carry the fire in a suburban environment that will allow us to use this information to extrapolate the residual pathways. All right, thank you, Marcia. Next up, tunnel fuel break. Next slide, please.
And no slides.
That's all we got. All right, it's doing great.
So what about the container full of,
Yes, sir.
is that gonna be someplace else, or is that here? How well we're doing giving away gutter guards
Oh,
and
yes, sir.
screen and things?
So
I have
under
this under.
under here. So the initial order of, I believe, $97,000 in gutter glove was distributed over 4 distribution days on back-to-back weekends. It flew out the door. We appreciate the work from volunteers and several directors who showed up in reflective vests to help hand it out. The board approved last month, and we issued an RFP and have selected a vendor to provide another $99,000 worth of gutter glove that's been ordered. I don't know the shipment status, but it's been ordered, and when that arrives, we will clear out the waiting list and then post a new opportunity and get that distributed. That'll be an excellent opportunity to reassess the demand signal about how much more we need to order. Stuff's large, and particularly as we move into the rainy months. It comes in cardboard boxes. We want to make sure it's protected from the weather, and we have a finite amount of storage space. And then on vents, we've seen a significant drop off in demand for vent mesh after that initial push. We have adequate stocks on hand, but the demand for that dropped off quite a bit.
So do we have a plan for how to increase, because I assume not everybody has them. So
Yes.
how do we do, do we tell them when they're picking up their gutters, which seem to be really popular, that, oh, by the way, maybe we need to require that they get the vent stuff at the same time or something. I'm just saying.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All open good ideas on that. Obviously, it's discussed last night, working with the city and the town to leverage their communication channels to get the word out and encourage more adoption. So we're open to all of the above. Next slide, please. All right, and Town Chief Lambert with the operations report.
Thank you, Chief Winokur. Members of the board, my name is Lucas Lambert. I'll be giving tonight's operational update. We're going to be working backwards in terms of timeline, beginning with this picture, this slide here. In the late evening hours of November 1st, MOFD crews responded to the reports of a structure fire in Canyon. The home was unoccupied, but was a total fire loss. Fire from the structure then spread into the surrounding vegetation due to the rapid interagency response from MOFD, Contra Costa County Fire, San Ramon Valley Fire, CAL FIRE, and East Bay Regional Park District. The vegetation fire was contained to approximately 1/2 acre in size. Crews remained on scene mopping up both the remains of the structure and surrounding vegetations until approximately 0500 hours on November 2nd. Due to the limited access, steep slope, limited water supply, and potential for wildland fire spread in high-risk area, a second and third alarm response was called for. A total of approximately 65 personnel from MOFD and surrounding agencies responded to the scene. As a precaution, an evacuation warning was issued by the Contra Costa County Sheriff's Office to approximately 65 structures, roughly 104 residents. The warning was lifted at 0200 hours. Next slide. This second screen or second photo that you see before you was shared to us by a citizen in Canyon. The cause of the fire was undetermined. The fire was limited to the structure of origin that was fully involved upon arrival of our crews. And like I mentioned, approximately 1/2 acre in size vegetation. Fortunately, there were no injuries that were reported and all units were released on scene to return back to service. Next slide.
I would also note, directors, that this occurred 3.5 days after the red flag event, dry with winds. And that picture, go back one, please, Marcia. You can just barely see in the picture. If you look up in the top in the dark, there's sort of in the video that this was clipped from, there's a lot of sparkles of all these embers coming off that structure going up. Had this happened 3-4 days earlier, right at about that height of the cursor, that column would have laid flat and headed to the southwest into Redwood Park and then into the city of Oakland, where all those receptive fuels would have been primed to receive it by the desiccating effect of the low fuel moisture or the so low RH that we experienced during the red flag. So we were very, very fortunate, both from a responding standpoint, the community's ability to evacuate. This fire burned astride the only evacuation route, Redwood Highway, for everyone who lives on the hill, as well as surrounding communities to the west. This was a very close call, that just the timing, it's an unfortunate loss. It was fortunate timing that it didn't happen 3-4 days early.
Do they have a monitored fire alarm?
No, sir.
I'm not sure, I heard you just said there was evacuation.
Warning. Yes, sir.
Oh, just a warning.
Yes, sir. By the time, so if anyone's familiar with Canyon, the home that was involved sits astride the base of Redwood Highway and the railroad grade where it meets the steep section down to the post office. Had this occurred on a day with lower RH and some wind, it is very likely, especially with potential for rollout and downhill spread, it's very likely that this fire would have quickly closed, if not impacted, if not closed, the only evacuation route. That obviously would be a very real issue in a community with a single way out, as well as the potential for spread to the southwest into. Thank you, Liz.
Thank you. On October 14th, MOFD crews were joined by our communities at an annual pancake breakfast at Station 41 in an open house. The event offered an opportunity for the public to visit our fire station and learn about what we do as firefighters. Our partners from Rescue One Foundation, CERT, MOFD volunteers, Wildfire Safety Ambassador Program, Kiwanis Club, Lions Club, all pitched in to make this a successful event. And I'll add this, as you've heard me say many times before, these events are our favorite to do. To open our doors to the public and educate is certainly something that we are proud of. Next slide. The large picture in front of you is taken at the apparatus bay at Station 41 with our community members enjoying pancake breakfast prepared by our firefighters. Next slide. And this is my second favorite slide. And the reason being, the picture to your left here is a group of members that involve our fire prevention specialist, our communications volunteer, and one of our firefighter paramedics, Tom Schwedhelm, joined together again to make this a successful event. And then, of course, the picture on the right, a young child enjoying some pancakes while watching the presentation. of a extrication that was completed by truck 44 as a demonstration to show that some of the tools that we use on truck 44. Next slide. Here are a couple images sent to me from Halloween. Our crews were out and about throughout our communities passing out candy. And like I mentioned, this is any opportunity that we have to make community engagements is important to us. So this is certainly another opportunity. Next slide. On the evening of October, in October 18th, crews responded to a report of a vehicle accident eastbound Highway 24 near St. Stephen's that involved a driver traveling in the opposite direction on the freeway that caused a head-on collision. Both vehicles suffered major damage and both drivers required extrication from the vehicles. As you can see, this is major damage to the vehicles that is very tricky along the roadside that is also very tricky with traffic traveling at high rate of speed. Which brings me to my next slide. In an effort to enhance our road safety and protect our first responders, Moraga-Orinda Fire District is now integrating as a trial period with the Haas Alerting Safety Cloud digital alerting into, actually it's going to go into the battalion chief truck as a trial. This collision prevention service enables delivery of real-time alerts to our drivers in the event of emergency scene when it is activated. In front of you is an example of an alert that you may receive if you were using a Waze map system. And the picture on your left is an example. And the roadway with the alert as provided by the system that we are trialing. Next slide.
They're also going to be able to work with Google, which owns Waze.
Good question. I'll address that here in just a moment. In front of you is an example of an alert that you may receive if you drive any one of these vehicles: Jeep, Dodge, Ram, Chrysler, Stellantis products. To answer your question, Director Jorgens, this company is in discussions, and we have seen grow with carriers or providers. And we had this discussion previously, actually this time last year, and we've seen this technology grow and the contracts that they have grow. So I think that they are reaching more providers, and I do believe that there's more vehicle manufacturers and more mapping providers that they will have contracts with. Next slide. And this here, Safety Cloud's digital alerting system delivers immediate warnings to drivers and proximity to the emergency vehicles on the roadway systems. The preemptive measure is intended to reduce collision risk by safeguarding first responders and motoring public. Despite California's move over laws requiring drivers to decelerate and change lanes when approaching active emergency scenes, delayed or non-compliant reactions persist. Safety Cloud addresses the issue by providing approximately 30 seconds of preemptive warning, facilitating to our providers. So we just received this, and I'll go to the next slide. This is actually, sorry, Marcia, you go back.
Go back.
Yeah, sorry. So this is actually forward. This is the dashboard that we can collect the data that the transponder sends out, and we can see the effectiveness. Next slide. And this is a picture of the transponder that will be installed in the battalion chief truck. So again, this is a trial. We are hopeful that what is in practice, or what is presented to us in concept, will be presented in practice. So this is a picture of the transponder unit that will be in my vehicle, or my battalion chief vehicle. Through this trial, we'll be determining if this unit works in practice as it does in concept, like I mentioned. So if it is something that is beneficial, we will look at opportunities to increase the use of this and see how we can use this in district in an effort to further provide safety on our roadways. Next slide.
Is it a service that you subscribe to?
It is,
Fine.
yes. This, for this trial period, we have a 1-year subscription.
So this is the thing that feeds data to the other, is the prior.
That's correct, to the mapping products. And this is activated by our code 3 lights. So when the vehicle, when the battalion chief vehicle code 3 lights are on, this sends a signal and it sends a signal to the maps. It has not been installed yet. So we certainly have a lot of questions also, that we hope to find out over the next year.
To Lucas's point, if it works as advertised, this will be something we'd like to put on all of our apparatus. Roadway safety for our responders, obviously, we have a history of significant loss there, as well as our ability to move around town. There's a finite number of roadways. There's not a lot of places for people to pull over. Anything we can do to increase awareness beyond just the lights and the audible siren would be very helpful to our ability to rapidly move resources throughout the district.
The next slide. And as we were experiencing tonight, the rain on throughout our district and the area and region, I have to end with a public safety announcement, as you've heard me announce a number of times in previous board meetings, to please drive safely. To our public, please take note of the rain that is forecast over the next few days. Pay attention, avoid distractions, and account for the extra distance needed to brake in inclement weather. And certainly of our, if you see our first responders on the roadway, please take note, slow down, and obey driving laws. Last slide. And I'll end with this one. I would like to again recognize the Copelson family for coming in tonight. As Director Romer had mentioned, I had the chance to speak with them in private, and I got instant allergies right away. So it's a very powerful story for us. It's very important as they are members of our family, and we're very thankful that they can come out and join us. I also have to mention special mention to our Rescue One Foundation that assists us in providing the latest tools required for us to do our jobs. And many of those tools were used on this incident to provide Kelly and a successful regain of her pulse and on scene prior to us delivering her to the hospital for definitive care. This concludes our operational report. I'm available for any questions that may exist.
Thank you.
I don't have a question per se, but one incident you didn't talk about that was, in Orinda last week was that burglary. And it was kind of down near my neighborhood, actually. And when I did see the story on the news, MOFD was right there treating one of the suspects. And that was kind of interesting to me.
Somebody shot the suspect.
Yeah, so if you'll recall, in January, beginning of this year, I gave a disclaimer that although there are many responses that I would like to speak on or update and include in our operations report, if there is an ongoing investigation, particularly something involving criminal activity, that it is not our place, frankly. But it is our goal to provide as many pictures as we can to you as our board of directors and to the public to show what we do and what happens from month to month when we report back to you.
And it just showed to me the type of incidents we respond to. Here we are at this, incident down there, and they were treating one of the suspects is what I saw. And I'm like, whoa, okay.
Sure.
So was the car just randomly going the wrong way in the freeway? 'Cause that's kind of hard to do.
Yeah, and that's one of them that I can't comment because it does involve other
Police activity.
Wow.
Obviously, our part picks up after the accident, and we don't have a role in the police part. And to Lucas's point, not our place. It is irrelevant to us how the incident occurred. Just mattered there were people in need of care, so care was provided.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
We can mention that one.
We can invite public comment on all the announcements. We have one hand raised. I've just unmuted the next person to speak.
And that would be myself, Jonathan Goodwin in Canyon. And I want to tell you that I'm very happy to do my part to fulfill Director Romer's request and have 100 complaints to match the one the one gesture of appreciation. And I'm just kidding, of course. So first I want to point to the letter I sent in about the very strong likelihood that MOFD is willingly overpaying Cicera over $100,000 a year. And I hope that all it takes is one director to take an interest in this and ask, what really are the facts? I don't care what Cicera says or is incapable of saying. What are the facts? It seems to me to be a reasonable question. About it's extraneous, but about the thing with the battalion chief vehicle lights coming on. So if there's a fire in Sanders Ranch and you're responding from downtown Orinda, it's going to your lights go on and it's going to track the incident as being out there, or it just has the incident itself. It shows where the actual incident is, not your location. And I'm going to ask a few questions. You can wait a sec on this. Regarding, I also had another extraneous question for the fire chief about the evolution of CAL FIRE convict crews or work crews or whatever they are now. I'm just wondering, I see the vehicle going around. I'm just wondering what the arrangement is, just because I have a personal concern that service remain something that they provide one way or another. And lastly, about the fire in Canyon, first I want to say that every single house fire in Canyon will be fully involved by the time first engine arrives, regardless of when the call goes in, because of the response time. That's happened every single time, unless the residents work the fire before the professionals show up. And the thing that really concerned me about that fire was the evacuation. If the fire had found a dry fuel bed and run up that hill, that would have been disastrous. And apparently the evacuation route wasn't blocked by the fire, it was blocked by MOFD, by where the engine's staged. And yeah, I think that needs to really be considered, the implications of blocking roads. I know there may not have been a choice, I don't know. But if there was a choice, would it have been a good idea to send an engine up the hill to protect people at a possible safe zone up there? I think these are things that need to be looked at in the future to abilide sudden turns of events that would be unfortunate. And that's all I have to say, but I appreciate answers on those questions I asked. Thank you.
Questions?
Okay. Well, I'd request of the president the opportunity to briefly respond to Jonathan's first comment. May I do so? Jonathan, I appreciate your sense of humor. I appreciate your letter. I read your letter when I got it today, and I immediately got off. I don't think this is inappropriate for me to say, but I immediately got on the phone to our attorney, John Holtzman, to have a discussion that I share your concerns. And I understand that Mr. Holtzman put a call into you that you had not answered yet. So I encourage you to do so, because there is at least one, and I believe more than one director on this board that shares your concern.
Director Jex, with your President Jex, with your approval, if I could answer two of his questions quickly. So with regard to the transponder, it gives location while the vehicle is moving for the location, and then once the vehicle is put in park, it goes into a different status. So that similar to what we do with the Opticom for tripping lights, and then the use of crews provided through the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation. I believe there are 28 of those crews left statewide, and I'm not aware of any utilization. Certainly not aware. MOFD has not utilized them in this area. I'm not aware of any utilization. Many of those crew buggies look very similar. There is a CAL FIRE crew, a regular crew running out of San Jose Airport that has done some work in this area. And then 100% agree with your concerns with regard to evacuation in Canyon. And there's obviously very limited roadway in that space. And so a decision was made in that case to park the rigs in a way that shut down the road and provided access to the structure. There are several different ways that problem could have been approached, but that was the approach that was taken, given that there was a sense that the fire was not moving rapidly in the vegetation. That said, your concerns are correct, and that the road can either be used to fight fire or it can be used for evacuation. We have to optimize for one of the two, and obviously that involves impacting the alternate uses of that limited roadway. Thanks, you.
Thank you, Chief. Okay, we'll move on to no other
We do not
Comment?
have any more hands raised.
consent agenda. Anyone on the board want anything pulled?
I'd like to pull 8.8.
And 8.5.
8.8, 8.5. Okay, anything else? Why don't we go to 8.5, your question first, and then we'll,
He's 8.5.
Did you want to approve the other consent agenda items and then move on to 8.8 and 8.5
back-
separately?
or just take their questions now and then
Okay,
approve them all.
okay.
Okay,
Okay,
Steve?
yeah, I was gonna speak on 8.8. I don't have any issues with awarding the contract, but what I would like to see in the future, and you don't have to do it for this one, but if we put out an RFP and we got 8 proposals and we're gonna award this contract to one of them, I'd like to just see a list of all the names of who submitted proposals and how much. You know, it doesn't have to be a lot of detail, but I'd like to see all of them with how much they did respond to us with. So I don't just want to see who we're awarding to, but I'd like to see all of it. Okay. That's all, that was my only comment on.
So I just had a couple of questions on the monthly financial report. So investment earnings, it says that, you know, we earned, sorry, I'm not even able to read with my reading glasses, it's so small. We had $58,000 from, you know, the county and $200,000 from our T-bill investments. What rate is the county paying us these days?
Lorraine, are you able to answer that?
Yes, I have that information. So the current LAIF rate is let's see, where do I have that? It is 3.86%. That's today's daily LAIF rate.
So 1.5 less than we're earning on our treasuries.
Correct.
So how are we choosing how much to leave with them and how much to leave in treasuries?
We're putting as much as we can into treasuries, and there's very little in LAIF to maximize the interest.
Yeah, but if we're earning $58,000 in a quarter, that's at 3%, that's not a little bit, that's quite a bit. So have we thought about, because don't forget, you can literally sell the treasury in one day, right? The same day you get the cash, boom. And so there's not much downside to keeping a closer eye on it. And for 1.5 on millions of dollars, that can be a lot of money.
Yes, sir. I'd be happy to provide additional information. I would caution, though, that selling a T-bill prior to its maturity is not, I'm not suggesting it's a large amount of work, but it's some amount of work, and there
No work at all.
well, I disagree, sir. These are done through the county treasury, and there are people we have to engage in a process that has to occur that makes it more complicated than just liquidating it in real time. And so the intent was obviously to maximize the use of the T-bills to take advantage of the high interest rates while ensuring we have cash on hand to meet at least the 30-day period that the treasury bill investments being made.
Okay. But I know I've forgotten why we decided to stay with the county in the first place, but you know, if you do it online, you can literally do it in 4 minutes. So okay. It also mentioned that the ambulance calls were down, I think 11%. So do we have an idea how much that's going to impact, you know, because we get revenue from that, how much we're going to have as a change in
We'll have that on the quarterly updates here, where we take a look at the quarterly trend and look, as we've talked about before, the monthly ambulance runs can be highly volatile. And I think quarterly with the quarterly updates, the appropriate time to review those, where we look at the impact of the runs and we look at it relative to last several years, and then the trend lines start to shape up over the quarterly basis.
And the same thing's gonna happen with strike team. It looks like, who knows if the strike team's over with, but
We're done.
I assume it's pretty much done.
Very light year.
And so it's been a light years, but we normally effectively make money on that. I
Yes, sir.
hate to use those words, but there is a positive effect on our.
Yes, sir. We budgeted $300,000, which in some years is very in revenue. There are years in which that is very, very conservative. Several years ago, it was more like 1.8 million. This year will be below. I think we're $30,000 below.
Oh, so it's still close.
It's very close to what we budgeted, but we will not see that excess revenue that we've experienced in prior years. This was a very slow year, primarily associated with the El Nino weather pattern. There was snow on the ground in the forest in July, and things.
It's all a good thing for everybody.
Yes, sir. But yes, sir. So we'll be slightly under. We'll see when it finals out, but we'll be close to, but slightly under anticipated revenue in that regard.
Great.
Solicit
I move we
Motion.
approve the consent agenda.
for a second.
Second,
Okay,
And so we'll take public comment on the motion or consent items. And we have one hand raised.
This is Jonathan Goodwin. I'm not raising my hand to make a comment on the motion. As I understand it, the law requires that you take up public comment on the items prior to voting. Who's taking it after voting, as you've done before, or just commenting on the motion is no comment. So please bear that in mind. I wanted to comment on I wanted to pull item 8.1. There's no point pulling it because you're doing them all at once. But in the attachment, the 9/20/23 special minutes draft, at the end of item 3.1 is my questions to Cicera, CEO, and it says that because there wasn't enough time in the meeting, that they would answer my questions in writing. That's not what happened. As I recall, correct me if I'm wrong, President Jax asked them 3 times, "What about Mr. Goodwin's questions?" And there was deafening silence. I desire that the record to reflect that reality.
Do we have a recording of that?
We do, sir. We could hold off on adopting the special meeting minutes, and we can review the recording and ensure that it accurately reflects the records.
We definitely want to make it accurate.
Yes, sir.
Jonathan.
So as I understand that, the motion then would be to pull the special meeting minutes from
Which is what,
item
9?
8.1 for review, which we would then bring back at there's no particular rush to adopt them. So we would then bring that back at the next meeting with either corrections or a statement that in fact that accurately reflects the report.
okay,
So
Mhm.
I will then move that we pass the consent agenda after having pulled that one in for later consideration.
Okay.
okay.
second,
Roll call. Any other comments?
We do not have any other hands raised.
Okay,
Director Danziger,
aye.
Director Hassler,
Aye.
Director Jorgens.
Aye.
Director Romer,
aye.
President Jex.
Aye. Okay, move on to the regular agenda, item 8 or 9.
9.1,
Nine
Fire Safe Moraga-Orinda update. Grant funding submissions and governing board establishment.
Good evening, directors. During the July 19, 2023 board meeting, Fire Safe Moraga-Orinda presented information on FASMO's objectives and initial funding request. During that discussion, it was concluded that FASMO withdraw its initial funding request and focus near-term efforts on establishing its board of directors, preparing grant funding requests to state and local agencies. The MOFD board requests that FASMO provide an update on a future agenda. FASMO has provided a written update and establishment of its board of directors and recent grant funding requests, which are included as attachment A. FASMO representative will be in attendance to address any questions the board may have, or Mark, if you'd like anything to share, certainly welcome to.
Do you have any questions?
No, but congratulations on getting the board all set up, and thank you for working so hard, and good luck with getting the big grant, I know, and also the smaller founding grant from the city of Orinda.
Yeah,
Because
look
I
like
know
a
it's
lot of
work.
progress has been made.
Great board,
Absolutely.
great looking board.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, then 9.2.
Shall we go ahead and invite public comment?
I thought we just heard
And we do not have
no
any,
action.
correct.
Okay.
The public gets to comment on every item
Okay.
on the agenda, and we do not have any public comment.
Okay, then I move to 9.2.
Good evening, directors. A draft of the district's annual comprehensive financial report has been prepared. Staff requests board direction tonight regarding any changes they would like made to the draft audit reports. The final step in the audit process is for the reports to come back to the board for approval in December. The financial statements have been audited by Mays and Associates. Tonight, we have in attendance Whitney Crockett, audit partner with Mays and Associates, who will present to the and discuss the results of the audit. So at this point, I'll invite Whitney to the podium, please.
Thank you, Glorianne. Okay, so am I on video on here?
You are on video.
Okay, I just wanted to check because I see the Logi thing and I just wanted to make sure I don't stand weird, around camera. But good evening. My name is Whitney. I'm an audit partner with Mays and Associates. We're the external auditors for the district, the new auditors.
Welcome.
Thank you. And with me tonight is Vicky Rodriguez, one of my partners, who's come for extra reinforcement. Just because, we're new, just wanted to bring that in. And also I had another meeting that potentially conflict, not that it matters. But just to give you a bit of a background, I discussed my audit overview, my scope and responsibilities, or our responsibilities, when I met with the audit committee in July of 2023, so a few months ago. We completed our interim phase of the audit in July 2023, when we tested the internal controls of the district. Around that same time, the district was getting the finalized audit reports for fiscal year 2022. So your admin services and finance team has been very busy for sure, because given the timing of, the finalization of fiscal year 2022 and jumping into the new fiscal year audit with new auditors. So it's been hectic, I'm sure, for them. In August, we completed the final phase of the audit when we tested the year-end balances and wrapped up our audit work. Our audit consisted of 2 full weeks with a team of 4 of us. And during those, each of those 2 phases, we spent a day in the field at the district's offices, just to do some observation of different internal controls. And then I met with the audit committee to discuss preliminary audit results in September. So a couple months ago. So the first document in your packet is the annual comprehensive financial report. And on page 1 of that document is our audit opinion, which is unmodified. And that's what we call a clean audit opinion. That's the highest level of assurance that we can give to the district. And on page 95 in the back of the report is what we call our independent auditor's report on internal control over financial reporting and on compliance and other matters in accordance with government auditing standards. So in there is where we would document any internal control weaknesses or deficiencies, and we don't have any to report to you. So there's just standard language in there, so no findings for the district. Attachment B is our required communications to you as the auditor, which covers our responsibilities, our scope, any difficulties encountered, misstatements, or any other significant matters. We encountered no difficulties in performing our audit, and there were no misstatements. So nothing in there that I have to report to you other than standard language. Attachment C is our memorandum on internal control. And that is a memo to the board indicating where if we had any material weaknesses or significant deficiencies, we would note those in the report, but there's none to report. So that's all that memorandum says. Attachment D is the GAN limit agreed upon procedures report. And there are no exceptions to note in that report. And then I guess to conclude, I'd like to cover a few things that happened during the fiscal year. And on page 5 of the report is what we call the management discussion and analysis. So there's a very detailed overview of what, happened during the fiscal year and what changed during the year. But I thought it would be worth noting a few things. The first being that the district was able to fund the pension stabilization reserve by about 2.1 million during fiscal year 2023. And my understanding is that the intention of this fund is to fund the unfunded pension liability in the future, especially given that the volatility and uncertainty of the Cesara investment returns and the expected higher contribution rates in the future. And then also the district's general fund unassigned reserves increased nearly 3.2 million from the prior year to about 17.5 million, or 50.9% of the general fund revenue. And I think that has been, based on my understanding, a goal of the district to accomplish that, so that that goal was met during the fiscal year. This level of an unrestricted reserve will allow the district to have enough cash balance to fund operations without borrowing from the county prior to receipt of the tax revenues in December of each year. And then also it could allow the district to pursue additional grant funding with having adequate reserves. And then the last thing to note is that the district's taxable pension obligation bonds were fully paid as of July 1, 2022. So that's all for me this evening. But I'll open up for questions. But before I do that, I do want to acknowledge Gloria Ann and Mary for all their hard work in assisting us with the audit, especially given the time frame. We had to do both phases of our audit after June 30, 2023. So it was a lot. And of course, having new auditors, it is overwhelming because we do a deep dive and a clean look at everything. So I just appreciate their cooperation and forthcomingness and everything. So any questions? Yeah.
So I guess the biggest thing that I saw on the balance sheet was the blow up of the unfunded pension liability. In other words, the fact that Cesara underperformed a lot. I don't remember the exact number, but it went from, a few $1 million obligation to like a $58 million obligation in 1 year. And so that's pretty scary to think that, in 1 year, Cesara can go all of its face that much. And it affects our balance sheet dramatically.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't know if Gloria Ann wants to comment on this, but, when you look at the GASB 68 balances, I always just direct people to look at everything, because you have to look at deferred outflows and deferred inflows as part of pension too, because those do play into what they call the smoothing effect of those, future costs. And so, yes, the liability increased a lot, but also the deferred outflows increased a lot and the deferred inflows increased a lot. So just looking at it from that perspective, and it does have to do with, the less than expected investment returns with Cesara and the, expected future increases in contribution rates required.
The deferred outflow, I think 27 million increase, which basically it's going to be over a period of four years, I think, which I think is disclosed by year in a footnote. And some of those are pretty scary.
Yeah.
Dramatic increase in the pension obligation.
If you have to make up $58 million in 4 years, that's bad. Do we know whether any of that was included in our changes to the long-range financial forecast?
Lorraine, can you speak to that? This year? Because the long-range financial forecaster has not been updated since last year and won't be until we approach the February timeframe. But it'll be incorporated at that time as we show the implications of the rise in our pension obligations.
I think we might want to talk about at some point in the board changing our timing for that a little bit, given other things that are going on.
Yes, sir. You should.
Because that's a really big no.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions?
Well, I'd just like to ask the subcommittee, President Jackson and Director Hassler, you met with the auditors and we have a new auditor here and to kind of get your feedback a little bit of, we've worked with the same auditor prior for a number of years and you have a new auditor now, so refreshing. How'd you find it? I mean,
Well, for me, it was a delight to have you aboard
Thank
as
you.
our auditors. I think the input, you did a great job,
Thank you.
and we appreciate your responsiveness. You've been very good to provide counsel and advice. The audit committee, met with them twice. And they met their commitment, so
Right.
we're delighted to have you.
Thank you.
Our auditors.
Spoken as a career auditor. by the way.
yes.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
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 Thank you.
It's very accurate.
So,
Good.
I would echo what Director Jet said, and I think we really appreciate coming in this year. Because I know we made the selection late, but you made up time in the audit and were very efficient, and you were efficient with us as well as
He's also a CPA.
Yeah, no, thank you. Yeah. No, I know that's a high bar for me. So I gotta make sure to,
thank you.
Great.
Okay,
Thank you.
And the fact we got a clean report feels really good. So congratulations
Yeah.
to you guys and to Lorianne and the staff. So thank you.
and on time and in advance.
Yes.
Yeah, good job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gratitude for the timeliness. I would point out, as the staff, they were complimentary to staff, we were complimentary of the auditors who were there when they said they were, provided a clear understanding to our folks what was needed. And noting that this is much earlier than last year when we were having the conversations. We do appreciate the timeliness.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Of course.
Thank you.
You're
It's a good
welcome.
way to keep your job.
Thank you.
Okay,
We'll invite
board,
Pat-
any comments, public comment?
I have a question. So I
Okay, excuse me, can you please go up to the podium and then you can introduce yourself?
So my name is Mike Fedorov. I'm from Moraga. So I had a question. You sounded really concerned about unfunded pension liability. I just want to understand what is the risk? Is it like some big payment will be due from the department, from the district, or it's employees will be affected by increased contribution?
It's. I'll answer. I don't care, but it's the risk that, it could be a huge number. It can increase our payments by, millions of dollars a year, which is a huge percentage of our budget. To the district, yes.
So the contributions to the pension plan is shared between employees and the district.
Right.
No,
But it's the district's part, it doesn't affect the
District.
employees. It only affects
Not
the district.
So suddenly, district will have to pay a lump sum, or it will be increased.
No.
So
It
there's
gets smooth.
amortization over an extended period, and there's smoothing essentially, so that
What happened, what happened is that the pension fund has an assumed rate of return. They didn't make it. In fact, there were losses.
Right.
And their losses were substantial.
Right.
And so those losses then increase the unfunded pension liability because the money that supposedly they were to Purdue didn't happen.
Right, right.
And so then it comes back to the district
District.
to fund that shortfall over a period of time. They spread it over a period of time. But that spreading that amount of money went from, I think it was down to about 12 million there. In that, I'd have to look back and check, but up to 58 million.
Okay.
it went from 40.7 million to 51.1.
Okay. So I just want to confirm that it may have to come up from district budgets essentially over the
Right.
years. Okay, thank you.
So it's something that we have to pay in the future.
Okay, thank you.
And the problem is the discretionary part of our budget is only about $4 million a year. So it could be a big
Comparing to
problem.
this, Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We do not have any more public comment.
Okay, a motion to,
And so
It doesn't say it's for approval this time, right? So it's just an information thing today. But the only question was, do we have comments on the document that you wanted them to incorporate?
correct.
I sent some earlier, which I won't go over here. but-
Yes, sir. We those will be incorporated and returned. If any directors have any other questions other than right now, send them to myself or Lorianne. Review them, ask any amplifying, provide them to the auditors, and that would be incorporated in the final document that'll be brought forward to the board in January for adoption.
Great.
And for our IT presentation, unfortunately, our IT provider had a family event, emergency that caused him to have to travel rapidly. So we would, with the board's approval, we'll pull this and reschedule it for January. It's an overview of the district's IT infrastructure with an emphasis on cybersecurity and how the district's expanding technological needs are being met as we put more technology on our apparatus. And the significant expansion, not only in the size, but in the information technology requirements of our prevention division.
So do I need to move that we pull that?
Yes, sir. There'll be.
So I move we pull 9.3 and delay it until
January.
Second.
I guess we need public comment on
Public
that.
comment on that.
Pulling it.
We will now take public comment. We do not have any hands raised for public comment. Director Danziger,
Aye.
Director Hassler, Director Jorgens.
Aye.
Director Romer,
Aye.
President Jex.
Aye. 9.4.
Good evening, directors. The district currently is in contract with Definitive Networks Incorporated for information technology services. It's a 3-year contract with an option to extend 2 additional years. At this time, there's 3 chain items that are driving an amendment that is recommended to the DNI contract tonight. The first is that the existing contract does not include management of mobile devices and apparatus mobile computers. Previously, these devices were managed by a fire station captain. The number of mobile devices and the complexity and updates have expanded, and it is now necessary to have this managed by DNI. The second recommended change is that one of the goals in the current operating budget is to implement Office 365. The district needs to obtain the software through DNI. The third recommended change this evening is that we have additional employees with computers that are managed by DNI, which results in additional costs. The additional cost of all of the services for a 21-month period of October 2023 through June of 2025 is $69,574. Sufficient funds are available in the FY 2024 budget for those costs. Staff recommends the board authorize an amendment to the DNI contract in the amount of $69,574. This includes my report.
Any questions by anyone on the board?
So we have to have a third party implement Office 365. I mean, are we using something different? We are using Excel spreadsheets that we didn't used to, or?
Well, we've been previously we were using Citrix and a small number of computers, but mostly terminals that connected. And transition to 365 is obviously the best practice. A lot of folks are doing that. Given that we don't have IT staff and we do have a significant number of users that are not that don't use these systems very often, we require some assistance in transitioning it, managing it, and ensuring that our users have access, logins, all those sort of things that come with rolling out a new program that we just don't have the IT staff internally to support the transition.
So this figure is net of the Citrix savings we're having and all the terminal savings and all that.
It's the full transition, and as we get rid of the old, stop paying that, obviously, transition will be startup costs associated with shifting, and then it'll be steady state with we did limited number of licenses for the full access. The battalion chiefs, a few captains that have that are running critical programs that require access to additional information, and the admin staff. But the majority of our members have very limited IT needs with regard to this, and we got the limited license for basic word processing and internet access or email access through Outlook.
So they act as the administrator then?
DNI does, yes, sir.
Any other questions from? Then invite public comment.
We do not have any public comment.
I move we approve 9.4.
Second.
We'll invite public comment on the
Public comment.
motion.
On the motion,
And we do not have any public comment.
okay,
Director Danziger.
Aye.
Director Hassler.
Aye.
Director Jorgens.
Aye.
Director Romer.
Aye.
President Jax.
aye. Move on to 9.5 quarterly update.
The quarter one financial update has been prepared. Next slide, please. So the budget was adopted last June and projected a general fund deficit of $633,000. The updated projected deficit based on financial information through quarter one is $428,000. Based on quarter one results, next slide, please. Total revenue is projected less than budget, $215,000. Property tax revenue is projected to exceed budget, $104,000, due to unsecured property tax revenue in excess of budget. Based on quarter one results, ambulance revenue is projected less than budget, $198,000. Ambulance services are seasonal, and we could see an increase in transports during the winter months. We'll continue to monitor ambulance revenue throughout the fiscal year and check in again at the mid-year budget review. Strike team revenue is projected less than budget, $144,000, due to fewer fires throughout the state this past fire season. Looking at expenditures on the right-hand side, salaries are projected less than budget, $798,000, and retirement contributions are projected less than budget, $429,000, due to 7 vacant firefighter paramedic positions and 1 vacant engineer position. Staffing overtime is projected to exceed budget, $1.1 million, due to the 8 vacant positions and due to workers' compensation injuries. Finally, attorney's fees are projected to exceed budget $100,000, primarily due to increased legal costs from the fuel break ordinance litigation. Next slide. This graph details ambulance activity. July and September had fewer transports than the prior year, which resulted in less revenue. Next slide. This graph reflects strike team activity for the last 8 years. You can see reduced activity in 2024, and you can see that the surplus fluctuates each year. Next slide. This graph details current year cash flow compared to prior years. The district started the fiscal year with $26.5 million in unrestricted cash and investments. The district started the fiscal year with $17.5 million in general fund unrestricted fund balance. The projected deficit would decrease the unrestricted fund balance to $17 million, which would exceed the fund balance policy minimum of 40% and would be less than the policy goal of 50%. I draw your attention to the red line, which represents the minimum fund balance per board policy. You can see that the red line increased in 2024 to reflect the change the board made this past July to increase the minimum fund balance to 40%. Next slide. This is for the other funds. The capital projects fund has a projected surplus of $177,000. Note that the capital projects fund projections include no expenditures for the Station 41 administration construction project because this project is not moving forward in fiscal year 2024. The capital projects fund also includes no expenditures projected for a Station 45 remodel because we don't have any costing information yet and this project is not budgeted. If the 45 remodel project moves forward during the second quarter, then we'll update the projections during the mid-year budget review. The other funds have projections as listed on the slide. So this is the first update this year, and all staff will again provide 4 financial updates this fiscal year. This concludes the presentation.
How much of our budget this year, how much of the change in Cicera's future costs was already anticipated in our budget?
How much of Cicera's future loss? So
well, the makeup, because they perform so poorly that we just talked about. How much of that, is there any new news about whether that's going to be worse than we had expected going forward? Or are we still, was the data already available when we did our budget?
Okay, so Sacera's last poor performance was as of December 31, 2022. And how it works is that the actuarial valuation was completed, and then those rates will be in effect 18 months later. So that will be effective in, let's see, 2024-25 fiscal year. So those rates will go into effect in our next upcoming budget process.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? So then we'll invite public comment.
We do not have any public comment.
Okay.
Item 9.6, adopt resolution 2317, authorizing service contract for legal services with Downey Brand.
Good evening, directors. On November 8th, 2023, the district received notice of litigation with the California Environmental Quality Act challenging the approval of amended fuel break ordinance number 23-08. Specialized legal services are necessary. District council recommends the firm of Downey Brand provide these services. In authorizing this contract for legal services in accordance with District Resolution 2315, the proposed resolution, which is contained as attachment A, includes the following findings. 1, Public Contract Code Section 20812 Alpha authorizes the Moraga-Orinda Fire Protection District to enter into a service contract for legal services with Downey Brand. District staff is not available or qualified to perform these services provided by Downey Brand. A contract for legal services with Downey Brand approved by District Council is exempt from solicitation requirements. From the financial analysis, there are likely insufficient appropriations to the general fund annual operating budget for these additional legal costs. However, the timing of the legal costs is unknown at this time. During the mid-year budget review, staff will review the status of the litigation process, legal expenditures through December 31st, 2023, and will propose a legal services budget adjustment at that time if necessary. Be happy to answer any questions the board may have.
I do have some questions. I'm a little bit of a loss because
Can you unmute your mic?
we're in open session now, and we had discussions in the closed section, and I don't want to disclose any attorney-client confidential matter. But it was my understanding there were going to be certain modifications to 9.6. Specifically that $125,000 figure was going to be reduced to below $100,000. Is John Holtzman still with us, or is he not?
We have Ruben Cruz.
Ruben
Yes,
Cruz.
he's here.
Also, in response to what I thought were Director Danziger's very good questions on a previous matter with regard to travel expenses, I also thought that there were some modifications going to be made. And do we need to approve this in this form today, or can we also pull this and deal with this?
We can change it.
Yes. Well, Ruben, did you have the opportunity to talk to John Holtzman about certain conversations that I had with him?
I am familiar with some of the conversations, sir. Ruben Cruz from Rennie Public Law Group. I do know that there will be some provisions made in the final contract that will exempt, not charge for travel expenses from Sacramento. If there are any travel from Sacramento to Contra Costa County, and I understand that Downey Brand is acceptable to that. I was not aware of a change to the not to exceed amount from 125,000 to 100,000, but the board can certainly do that. And it would just be, we would amend the resolution that's presented here to change the not to exceed amount to $100,000, and it can be approved with that understanding. And of course, the board can also provide any additional direction in connection with the final negotiations of the contract. And it would be signed by President Jex upon final negotiation.
Right. Again, it was my understanding that Downey Brand had agreed to my request for modification. So I don't think that's an issue. So
I don't believe it will be either.
So I would guess, I would request it, given the fact that any expenditure above $100,000 is generally something we put out for a request for proposal. And we can increase that if it's necessary based upon the outcome and based upon the progress of the litigation, right?
That is correct.
Yes, sir. It is worth noting, though, that the contract for legal services is exempt from RFP and solicitation requirements because of the nature of the services.
Yeah,
So that, to the point, sir, that it certainly could be the board's pleasure to approve the authorization at a lower amount, that there's nothing that would preclude that. That wouldn't be tied to the RFP requirement.
Okay, well, so they have agreed to not charging us for travel expenses from Sacramento.
Yes.
Ruben, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And would there be any objection to us reducing that from 125,000 to 95,000?
I think you have to propose that. And then we get to vote on it.
Okay, well, then I would propose changing the 125,000 to 95,000.
So I just suggest that would be a motion. We should invite public comment and then have a motion, invite public comment on the motion and then-
Okay, I so move.
any public comment on the motion?
We have one hand raised.
This is Jonathan Goodwin. I just wanted to quickly repeat myself from a previous meeting and thank the Pearsons for bringing this lawsuit against MOFD. Not that I have anything against MOFD in general. I just think that the accountability structure is such with a public district, same goes for Cicera, that you can get away with an awful lot of stuff with nobody holding you accountable. And sometimes it's necessary that a judge tell you these things. I suspect the good news is for taxpayers who think there's an awful lot of money to spend on this, there might be one other. The good news is that I expect there will be a summary judgment against the district and won't cost nearly this much money to settle this. Thank you.
Any other comments?
We do not have any other hands raised.
Okay, then I'll entertain a second to the motion that was made to reduce.
I'll second it.
Okay, it's moved in second. Any public comment on the,
There is no public comment.
okay.
If I may, just to restate, so the motion is to approve the resolution with the revised not to exceed amount to be $95,000.
Correct.
Thank you.
And then, excuse me, we do have one in-person public comment.
This is Mark Evans. The chief, I've been paying attention to this. So we have this one person, I know where they live. I believe that you offered to work with this person to say we could, find a common ground. Did they refuse to do that and say they're gonna not work with the district?
Given that this is one active litigation and two, we generally try to avoid commenting on specific enforcement cases. They respectfully declined it. Yes.
Okay, fair enough. The second comment is when this all occurred, this was one that was very noticeable, but there were also additional complaints that came out by a number of citizens. I noticed that you pointed out in this meeting and previous meetings that most of those are all now closed or they're very close to being closing. So are there any other complaints that are open that are going down this path of litigation?
This is the only litigation that we're aware of. This is the only time we've been aware of.
Thank you.
This is the only, I should say, the two letters we've received from Green Fire Law on behalf of the Pearsons are the only two times since I've been here that we've received letters from law firms with regard to our fuel reduction activities.
Okay, I just want to go on record. I met with her outside after this last meeting, said, I really think, there's just some compromise. The big picture is for wildfire prevention. She seemed open, Sandy Pearson seemed open to come, do that. I reached out and she never followed up. So I think what you're doing is correct. Thank you.
And that concludes our public comment.
Okay, then
And so we have the motion.
roll call.
Director Danziger.
Aye.
Director Hassler.
Aye.
Director Jorgens.
Aye.
Director Romer.
Aye.
And President Jex.
Aye.
Okay.
Okay, 9.
This is me, I guess.
Yes, 9.7
You wanna say
report from the
first?
ad hoc committee plan.
On me, okay. So, we had we have an ad hoc committee that's looking at ways to make sure that we do as much work as we can in the community to make the community safer, not only with fire protection, but this is specifically, at the moment, it's a grant program that funds the gutters and we do give grants for those as well as the free ones and also the screens. And my objective would be to make sure that we have $500,000 set out for it. I want to make sure that we're actually going to try to implement that so we can get the good out of it and make our community safer. And I think that might involve, approving some additional things that the district could do. And I've had some discussions with the chief about these things. So here's the list of things that I think make sense, at least. One of them is hiring. I guess there are Contra Costa, and Chief, you can please feel free to fill in here. There are crews at Confire right now that go, and I think we're using them on the fuel break right now, that are potentially available other times of year to not necessarily work on that particular fuel break, which is already funded, but to work on other places in, maybe on the Moraga-Orinda fuel break or other places around, to go out and cut the brush and burn the brush and do whatever may be possible. And I think that would be an additional use that we could have for some of those funds. The second one would be, more, I don't think we've had a reasonable outreach campaign, but I don't think and we talked last night about doing things more with the city of Orinda. But the idea, if we have the screens available, if we have the gutter guards available, to do more advertising, getting the word out that these things are available, because most of the people that I talk to don't know it exists yet. And communications is just really hard. People are busy. People are, so somehow we have to figure out how to, because it makes everything safer. That's the whole point, is it makes things safer. So let's figure out how to really get it implemented as much as possible. So whatever advertising things we can do to advertise that we have these services and equipment available. And then I think during the summer, at the moment, we have, with our chipper crew is also, are the same people that do the inspections. And so during the summertime, which is kind of the peak time for the chipper, the only chipper that's available most of the time is the one from Orinda, which is great for Orinda, but not so good for Moraga. And we ought to be fair about how we spread our resource across things anyway. So I would propose that some of the money could also be spent to hire, and there are outside crews, as I understand it, available. We have the equipment and it sits there. So we might as well implement the equipment during the peak season for it, which is the same time our guys are doing the inspections, and be able to fund some amount of additional work crews on our equipment to do the chipping when they're giving the tickets and we have the greatest demand. And the last one, and this is probably the controversial one of the group, the last one is, I think there are some of the expenditures that we're expecting people to make to cut down eucalyptus trees and big dead trees and things. For some people, I think could be a large burden if you're on a fixed income. And we have a fair number of people in our community that are not, there are a lot of people that are well off, and there are also a lot of people that aren't so well off that moved here, 50 or 60 years ago, and it was, it's their retirement, and they're on on Social Security, and they don't pay a lot of taxes because they've been in the house for 50 years. And so, having to spend $10,000 or $20,000 to cut down a couple of trees can be a big deal. So I think, again, I know this will be a challenge, but, a needs-based, service that allows people to afford some of these things would be the last one I could think of. And I'm open to other ideas anybody has.
If I may just, while the board considers that, I'll offer some updates. We are using today, this week, we're using Confire Crew 12, which is provided through a number of things to include some Measure X funding. We've been using them to take advantage of the weather window to get quite a bit of fire on the ground. We anticipate using them inside the current field break. We also anticipate using them over the next several weeks when we anticipate another beneficial supportive weather window to get fire on the ground on maintenance along the Moraga-Orinda shaded field break, along the north end of town where we see that transition, working primarily on on private property with approval from the owners, obviously, to cut and pile brush and get some fire into some thatch and other things that support grazing. So to that point, sir, we are taking advantage of the regional crew. and using that. So that has been implemented. We'll look.
But who's paying for that?
The grant is paying inside the field break. We are paying on the North-Orinda shaded field break, which is, obviously there was no maintenance funding included. So we have already, on a very small scale, incorporated a portion of that. I anticipate being able to report back, based on what I've seen so far, report back that it's a very good deal, very cost-effective way to get outsized impacts in parts of the district that would be very difficult to do otherwise. So I'll report back more, but I anticipate we'll be able to provide to the board a report on the pilot implementation of that and get board direction about expanding that. But so far, that's been a very positive initial foray, using that crew on the East Bay Tunnel Hills field break and in areas of the North-Orinda shaded field break where there's maintenance work to be done, and they have capacity that we don't. With regard to advertising available opportunities for the grants and so forth, direction received. We're working with Moraga and Orinda to make sure we understand what resources they have, specifically with Orinda, who's doing quite a bit of talking about this. Find out what we can do to insert that message into their network and outreach. We'll come back to the board with a report with regard to whether or not it makes sense to hire some outreach, social media, et cetera, professionals who this is what they do.
Or just put ads in the newspaper or something. I mean,
yes, sir. We'll come back and make sure that what's being done there, we take advantage of what's available with our public partners who may already have outreach, may have, and like the mayor's newsletter and so forth. They have some outreach efforts that we don't have that we may be able to take better advantage of. With regard to item 3, we've already done this on a targeted basis, as I mentioned in the previous report. In Campo, as an example, there's an awful lot of material getting piled up. There was a window. And we were able to use a private third party operating our truck and chipper to keep the cost down, so we weren't paying for the equipment. We certainly will come back with some proposals for the board, get a sense based on the Measure R chipper available demand signal, and extrapolate that out from Moraga, get a sense of what sort of demand there would be if after June 1st, when we pull our crews off the chipper and start inspecting, what anticipated expenditures would be, noting that the majority of that would roll over into FY 24-25, given that there's only a month really of chipping left this fiscal year, that we wouldn't otherwise be providing chippers with our folks. And then to the last one, as you address her, I will talk to the folks at Marin Wildfire, have a similar program as does Berkeley. I would note, though, relevant to the previous items, the CEQA requirements for the use of public money for fuel mitigation are much higher. And so in the current environment, that will require some additional review and study, in that the subject of current litigation is private work with private money on private land, much lower bar than if you're using public money for fuel reduction.
but it's cutting down a big dead tree. I mean, hopefully that's more straightforward. Now, I realize it's CEQA, enough said, but
But we'll come back with, there are a few agencies that are doing things along that line, and I'll gather those best practices when we share with the board and get a sense about lessons learned, and specifically about what needs-based means, and how that's being implemented. Obviously, that can be very tricky, identifying what qualifies as needs.
Yeah, I'm very supportive 1 through 3. Number 4, how do you control it and how do you manage it? What's a low income? And all of a sudden you got people go out trying to verify asset. It's just
okay.
To me, it's
Yeah.
We can pull that one. That's
I'm
fine.
I'm on the same page.
Yeah, I agree. I'm on the same page as John.
So I would move then that we approve items 1 through 3 as things, other things that the chief can bring us proposals, bring us examples of why we should do that, but at least it'll expand the things that you have the ability to spend the grant money.
Sure. Yes, sir. If it's the board's pleasure, I believe, obviously pending the board's motion and vote, but if that's the board's pleasure and that's direction, I believe I have enough direction and resources that we can figure out what that looks like and come back with a staff report in January or February with plenty of time before we get into the season about what we intend to do, and give the board a chance to provide additional direction if necessary.
And do we have a second to the motion?
public comment.
So Mike from Moraga, Mike Federer from Moraga. So first, I agree the low income would be very hard to, explain, right? And people will be concerned kind of friends or family deals. So it's difficult. So when you said this, cut and burn brush anywhere, what kind of area you're talking about? Is it, when you're talking about cut and burn brush, is it what kind of area?
Cutting and burning brush.
Yeah,
where-
yeah.
Well, so, it makes, well, it depends on the landowner, but first, we need to have approval from the landowner, because we don't have a right of access, except for inspections. But we don't have a right of access to do work. So first you need a willing landowner, and then secondly, it needs to be an area that makes sense. There are places in the district where there are brush and other materials that are susceptible to cutting and burning, but would provide no benefit. So it has to be in alignment with one of those points of transition. There's three methods of fire spread: vegetation to vegetation, vegetation to structure, and then structure to structure. We're primarily interested in interrupting the vegetation to structure transition. So this would be in areas where we have the combination of topography, weather, anticipated weather, and fuel that would allow rapid fire spread with the speed and intensity that outpace our response, and lead to structures, and then those structures lead to other structures. So we disrupt the network effect of the conflagration, structure to structure loss. So the answer to where is where it makes sense based on our assessment of the risk and fire modeling, and where there is a partner who will give us an access agreement will allow us to do the work. And then the last piece is where it makes sense. There are plenty of places where all of the other things are there, and it doesn't make sense to do the work because of access, proximity to water supply, proximity to where we can get an engine, or put in the appropriate cut the control lines and put in the plumbing that we need to ensure that a wildfire, prescribed fire doesn't turn into a wildfire. This is not an area where we can push the line.
So, but it's probably large lots, right? You're thinking-
Yes, this is not a small residential.
R-
parcel.
Right, so,
I'm sorry, last piece, which is relevant to that, we also have to consider the smoke impacts. So there could be all of those other things are in perfect alignment, and it's in a place where the prevailing winds are going to carry the smoke into heavily populated residential areas. One, it's hard to generate support for these things if we're putting a lot of smoke into populated areas, as well as Bay Area Air Quality Management District, from whom we have to receive a burn permit, is unlikely to approve that burn permit if it's going to have substantial impacts on populated areas.
okay. Well, so I understand this board heard before, there is a concern that all this cutting vegetation, right, they're affecting our environment, habitat, and kind of how community looks like. So I was going to suggest if you decide to direct funds in this area, to consider some alternative methods instead of clear cutting everything, consider thinning. So you keep some brushes left, so there'll be some preservation of habitat for the wildlife and for erosion control. So if there is an opportunity for additional funding, I would propose to consider some measures which are more friendly to our environment.
I think we often do plant seeds afterwards, right?
We do. As part of the restoration, the transition of areas with decaying and encroaching brush, returning them back to the native meadows and grasslands that characterize this environment prior to the exclusion part.
Yeah.
We have one hand raised.
Okay.
This is Jonathan Goodwin, and just to keep Director Romer happy, I want to throw out another dozen complaints here. But I want to start saying, you know, I don't know what's going on these days, but in my day, it's extraordinarily unusual that a committee of any fire board would come forward with, you know, some kind of useful way of trying to control, mitigate for wildfire. So I think it's great that the board is going in this direction, and that there's so much consensus and agreement on that. So what I don't like about this, and I don't think it should be passed, is that there's no analysis, there are no numbers. I mean, and beyond that, the idea of cutting brush anywhere in the district really is completely tone deaf to the the concern just raised by previous speaker, as well as the lawsuit you guys are under. That's a little surprising, but going back to the numbers, there's no analysis. There's no sense. Maybe there really is a need for the number 4. Who knows? You know, and maybe there is a way of making that work that's not onerous. Who knows? Where should this money be targeted? Now, the chief just gave a pretty logical explanation of that. That should be in this thing you pass. It shouldn't be just like, you know, we assume. I mean, that's I don't think that's doing good legislation or whatever this is, good policy, let's say. It's not thought through. There's no analysis, and by the way, there's no planning, you know, in terms of how things could be implemented and so on. It's just a feel-good thing, and I don't think that should be really voted on in that form. I mean, I think it's great that everybody feels good about it and is affirming of it. But, you know, it really ought to be something constructive and thoughtful that you pass. I don't know, maybe you disagree. Maybe you think that, you know, it being vague like this is better. But I just want to offer that word of perspective, hoping to influence the discussion here. Thank you.
Any other comments?
We do not have any more public comment.
Okay.
So I do have some comments.
Okay.
So I'm going to agree with what I heard from Jonathan from Canyon there. I would I agree with number 2, obviously, that one, no problem with that. And number 3, it sounds like we're already doing. Number 1 and 4 on this list, I couldn't approve right now.
I already pulled number 4, so.
Okay, so number 1, I agree with some of the comments that Jonathan made as well. I think I don't like the word anywhere in there, and I just think we would need more clarification of what this really means. I've heard the chief speak about it, and I've heard tonight that we're using some crews in the previous field break, but I couldn't just approve this globally like it's written right now until I knew more about it, how we'd really implement it, what it really means. So that's where I'm coming from.
So I guess my comment would be we've done burning in the past at the chief's or the fire marshal's discretion. I know they burned it up on Sundown Terrace. I know they burned around the PG&E substation. They've done lots of burning in the past. And so nobody's had a problem with it up to this point, and they certainly relied on the experts that we hire and pay hundreds of thousands of dollars a year to know where it needs to be burned and why. So this shouldn't, I don't see that this is any different than that. You can change the wording to say hire the crews and cut and burn trash at the chief's guidance and direction based on his expertise, if that would make people feel better.
Well, but I think the burns that we did, I think we're talking about in-house burns, right? We're not talking about external companies coming into the burn. I mean,
it's not an external company. It's the crew. It's the Confire crew.
So I'm not aware that we're paying other crews to come and burn on private property.
We haven't.
We have,
Yes, sir.
and not part of the fuel breaks.
We, on a number of occasions, to be clear though, no private company is tipping the torch in the district. This is being done by firefighters or hand crews working for a firefighting agency in our area. This is something we've done for quite some time on private property throughout the district.
And just for clarification, number 1,
Sorry, sorry.
go ahead.
I say, you have some burns that you already announced.
Yes, sir. We're burning
this week.
We've been burning all week.
I've been
This
burning
week,
all week.
and if I may just make sure I understand the direction, as I understood the direction from the board was these were items 1 through 3, pending the board's vote, of course, are items that are being brought to ALPA. Obviously, the board had the chance to have deliberate, discuss to provide direction, which is would be provided pending the vote. At which point, we will do some piloting specifically to the hiring crews for prescribed fire activity, as well as exploring opportunities for advertising availability of screen gutter guards, and then getting a sense of, based on Measure R usage, what our anticipated summer usage of external crews would be to augment essentially our efforts once those folks are pulled off. And that, as I mentioned a couple minutes ago, in either January or February, I bring back to the board the analysis of what I think that would look like, what I think that would cost, and how those funds would be expended, to include a recommendation potentially having to do with item 2, if it makes sense to retain some folks that are specialized in that and experts in sharing information. So the direction I believe the board is providing, and obviously open to being told that's not the case if I have it wrong, is that these are 3 of these 4 items are ones the board has an interest, or potentially has an interest in exploring. I would take that guidance. There's no outside chipping to be done until June 1st, because we provide the chipping at no additional cost with our fixed resources already. We wouldn't make any expenditures with regard to advertising until we had a sense of what was available and explored that and came back with recommendations. And that the use of crews to expand our prescribed fire activity, we do have some time left. And if that's something the board is opposed to, take that direction, although that's something that typically has fallen under the latitude I have for operations, that we would continue our prescribed fire activities, utilizing some of the resources we have available under the fuel mitigation budget. But I would say that's the direction I believe was being discussed. If it's something else, I'm open to correction, obviously, depending on the board's vote.
Well, if we're already, basically, it sounds like we're already doing number 1. I don't think that it needs to be part of the grant program right now.
The question is, can we use the grant money toward doing something we're already doing in case we run out of the other money? So that it's really, in the past, I call it the grant money, I think I'm misusing it. I think it's just the allocation of resources, budget that we had to doing this, but we specifically had board votes that said we're going to allow it to be spent on these things and not allow it to be spent on those things. So my purpose tonight is to say, I want us to be, in case we need it, I want us to be able to spend money on the continued hiring of the same crews, or similar crews with the same characteristics that we've been doing. And I don't really want to go hire a bunch of professionals. I think I'll write the advertisements for you if you want to put it in the newspaper. I mean, I think the word free, it's a lot of work done. So when people see things are free, so if you say free gutters and then you have smaller words down below, a lot more people will answer that. So I don't think I wasn't talking about hiring any professional to do anything. I'm just talking about spending some advertising dollars somehow and coordinating with the people that exist. And on the last one, it's literally, I think we already did some of it this summer. It's just the extension of doing things we're already doing and making more funds available to do something that I think has been incredibly popular in the community.
Yes, it would be extension, but it would also be on all of these, it would be drawing from a different budget, because the board's direction has been that budget has been limited to gutter guards and vents.
Yes.
And so when we have done these things, it's been at a smaller scale, utilizing different budget pots. And then this would move it into a larger fund and potentially expand it. But from my perspective, most of that, open to the board's direction, but most of this would be pending some analysis, some costing, some proposals that I would then bring back to the board. I would ask for, if it's the board's pleasure, I would ask for some latitude on item 1, as in this is the window. There is none of that to be done in January, February, and we have a very tiny window in the spring. In the spring, we're also competing for those resources with other areas. For this time of year, they're all ours. We don't have any problem getting a 16-person crew from Confire for weeks at a time this time of year, while we have the weather window to make real progress. But once again, pending the board's direction.
And number 1 is not burning and cutting brush against any landowner's desire to do so. This is all voluntary stuff.
Yes.
For example, the ones that I volunteered out on the school in Moraga, where the school district asks us to burn that brush, and it makes the schools safer. I mean, I can't imagine that we're objecting to that. I mean, you give me the impression that somebody's going to come on your property and burn your brush. That's not what number 1 is all about.
Okay, we have a motion
So I'm gonna modify my motion to make sure that it's clear that it's a continuation of the same kinds of fire crews that we're already hiring, and that it's not anywhere, it's where the chief and his other professional staff feel it's important. And that the advertising specifically does not include going and hiring people to do anything. It's you know, we'll figure out other ways, but it's just spending some money on actually doing advertising if necessary. And the last one is, again, extending existing programs and hiring people similar to the ones we have hired in the past.
For a second to that.
Second.
And so we
Okay.
do have some public comment
Public
on
comment.
the revised motion that was just proposed.
Yes, thank you. And thank you for your comment. Actually, the school.
And just
this-
restate your name, I'm sorry, just for my
Mike
minutes.
Fedorov from Moraga.
Thank you.
So what I was thinking, and maybe I'm naive, not fully understand, but the school, right? And they have some vegetation around. And instead of cutting it all down, so nobody likes it, right? People really like trees and bushes. We would implement some kind of selective thinning of this vegetation and give this as an example. This is how it could be done. It's fire safe, but there's still this big bush and quail still live there, right? And we left something. This is what I would actually like to see. Instead of clear cutting large areas so nothing is left, we would leave as an example how fire safe mitigation could be done at the same time taking care of the environment. So that would be like a perfect example if you do it as a school and tell people this is how we do it.
Point out, that's what we've been doing for years, and that's what our ordinances require, the thinning. There's never a time that clear cutting is recommended.
Okay, then we are all in agreement, actually.
So,
Thank you.
Okay,
And then Jonathan Goodwin has raised his hand.
Yeah, I just want to make one quick comment, which is just sort of an annoyance, I guess. Home hardening is home hardening, and burning brush is burning brush. These are two very discrete categories. To put one under the other is just confusing. It just looks sloppy. You know, given Director Jorgen's concerns, just that if you need that money, then it just sometime reallocate the money into a brush burning fund or something. It just seems, I know, unprofessional isn't quite the right word, but something in that zone to use home hardening money for burning. It's just I don't know. It just feels wrong. Thank you.
okay. Roll call on the vote.
So before we do this, you made some clarifications to the motion, right?
Right.
So you clarified some things. So
Yeah.
how is that in the, do we get all that?
I do have all of that, and it will be in the recording as well. Would you like the motion restated?
No, we're okay. Thank you.
Okay.
So we have a
roll call.
motion by Jorgensen. It was seconded by
Seconded by
Romer. Director Danziger,
Abstain.
Director Hassler,
Aye.
Director Jorgens.
Aye.
Director Romer.
Aye.
President Jex.
Aye. Okay. On to the election of the board officers.
Meeting directors, per resolution no 11.3, the district board shall elect the following officers: president, vice president, secretary, and treasurer on an annual basis, or as may be required after general district election. The district board may also elect such additional officers as may be created. The current board officers are listed below and shown on the screen. It's certainly the board's pleasure that there previously members have essentially moved up one spot in the hierarchy, and the director who is not currently listed fills as the treasurer, and the director who served as the president in the prior year goes down assigned. Certainly, it's the board's pleasure if the board chooses to make the selection through a different process.
I have a question. I'm sorry, you ready for questions? Okay, usually we do this in December.
Yes, sir. Due to lack of a quorum, we're very likely to, or we will cancel the December meeting. And you'll note in it that these would take, under staff recommendation, these would take effect January 1st.
Okay, And also just to clarify what you said, there's no requirement to elect members in that order.
No, sir.
So, which we have done differently in the past.
Yes, sir.
past
1103
few
is
years.
silent on the manner
Yeah.
other than, the practice had been, however, with regard to the rules of procedure, it's silent, other than there's a requirement to appoint or to elect officers to these positions.
Right. And it just that if anybody remembers who, especially us who have been on the board or the chief, didn't we talk at one point about the positions of secretary and treasurer, and
Yes.
did we didn't make a decision on that,
We're
or?
required to have 3 officers.
Right.
Because there's a succession in case the president or vice president is not present. We are not required to have a treasurer. And that would be part of a rewrite of 1103. We've made several attempts at that. We have quantities of red ink on a draft that the board could revisit anytime the board chose to proceed. Noting that the current rules of procedure dates to 2011. There are some recommended updates.
But I think this has been a precedent at the town of Moraga. It's a precedent in the town of Orinda. It was a precedent here until about 5 years ago. For years and years and years, it was done, and then there was a gap.
Yes.
So, and we talked last year, when these people were elected, about the procedure and the fact that it was sort of a tradition, I think.
Tradition.
Right.
Right.
Right, any public comment?
We do not have any public comment.
Entertain a motion then.
I have a motion that we move everybody up one. I think that, and we add, obviously, Director Danziger as the treasurer, and that John Jex becomes the, sort of unassigned person as of January 1st.
So just for the minutes, if we could just nominate each one
Oh.
and then I can have.
We can do it
record.
as a slate, like we did last time.
Okay.
So I'm nominating the slate that says Mike Roll will be president, Greg Hassler will be vice president, Greg Jorgens will be secretary, John Jex will be unassigned, and Director Danziger will be the treasurer.
Okay. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
So we
Public comment?
We do not have any public comment.
Okay, roll call.
Director Danziger,
Aye.
Director Hassler,
Aye.
Director Jorgens.
Aye.
Director Romer.
Aye.
President Jex.
Yes.
Congratulations,
Yeah, congratulations.
Congratulations. Thank you.
President-elect.
There
Thank
go.
you.
Oh, boy.
President, treasurer.
Treasurer, there you go.
For item 9.9, directors, the definition of a standing committee is included there, as is the definition of the ad hoc committee in the staff report. In 2023, the district has, or the board has, a single audit standing committee that is the audit committee made up of Director Hassler and Director Jex. In 2023, we also had 2 ad hoc committees to develop plans for expanding fire prevention program with Directors Hassler and Jorgens, and the Joint Fire Prevention Committee with the City of Orinda, or the 2x2 with Director Jorgens and Director Romer. The board is not required to make any changes to the membership or to make any changes to the committees. The board also could choose to dissolve any of these committees if it so choose, and could also determine that there was a need for additional committees at the board's pleasure.
So I don't think we necessarily need the number 1 on the ad hoc committees
Which one's that?
anymore, the fire prevention program directors. Which I think is the more formal name of the program, by the way, so that kind of moots Jonathan's prior comment, but yes.
Yeah, I think we've kind of mined that one pretty heavily this year.
Yeah.
I would agree.
Wait a minute, which-
Oh, this one?
Number 1 on the.
Plans for expanding the fire prevention. program.
Yeah, that's something that's something to talk about, but I don't think we need an ad hoc committee to do that.
No, no, they're not. That's who's on it now.
We'll also have all the other liaison positions, which I think is the
That's
next.
the next item.
I know,
Yes.
but I'm just saying.
The one, One ad hoc committee I would just bring up for discussion, and Chief, maybe you can weigh in. We dissolved the Station 41 ad hoc committee earlier. What about, is there any need for a Station 45? You don't see any need for it
No, sir.
at this point?
The discussion from the director's perspective, I think for 41 specific to siting and a number of things that we're exploring. 45 is an interior remodel with no impact to the exterior shell of the structure. Certainly the board will have an opportunity to approve contracts and so forth as those develop, but I don't think it is beneficial to have a board subcommittee on that particular topic.
Okay, just asking the question. Okay.
Are we taking up discussion on all of the ad hoc committees at this point?
Yes, sir. This is the list of ad hoc committees.
Well, not on the list. I don't see up here on the list. There's another ad hoc committee on the LAFCO commission?
No, sir, that's
That's
liaison. That's on
That's
the
the
next
next-
agenda. item.
Okay, that's the next. Okay.
Okay, well, I'll move that we eliminate the develop plans and expand fire prevention ad hoc committee that I'm on, and the first one there, and otherwise we leave them the same.
I second.
Any public comment?
So we've opened up public comment on the committees. Jonathan Goodwin.
Just have a quick question about Station 41. Was the public ever updated on, is this on the website or anything about what happened with that movement to acquire property and so on? Is that, I mean, I'm not asking details, I'm just asking generally, is the whole is that venture dead and there's just for this foreseeable future, nothing happening there? Is that, or what's this? I'm just making that up. What's the reality there?
This was reported out that there was an opportunity potentially to move the site that is not feasible. And there will be a reconstruction with the current site.
Thank you.
We do not have any other public comments.
Okay.
So there was a motion by Jorgens and seconded by
Hassler. I seconded.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Hassler,
Hassler
yeah,
second.
sorry.
Willen second.
Thank you.
Roll call.
Director Danziger.
Aye.
Director Hassler.
Aye.
Director Jorgens.
Aye.
Director Romer.
Aye.
President Jex.
Aye.
Good evening, directors. Each year, the board of directors appoints committee members and district liaisons. Per resolution 1103, the district board may appoint such standing or ad hoc committees as are necessary to conduct business. Oh, I'm sorry, wrong. I got a double. Yeah. I'm sorry.
It is an intent.
I apologize. So the assignments were made on the previous item, and then on the second portion here, the district currently assigns district liaisons to 5 outside agencies: Contra Costa County Special Districts, Contra Costa County Fire Boards, and Commissioners Association, LAFCO, Orinda City Council, Moraga Council. There's no requirement to change the liaisons as were appointed in 2023, as they show on the screen. Open to the board either continuing the same folks forward or moving around at the board's pleasure.
Well, with regard to the local area,
I'm sorry.
So for on the prior report, we approved to keep the same committees. And so on this report, I just want to make sure that that we're approving to keep the same members on the existing committees.
Well, let's
Well,
talk
not-
about it.
Well, yeah, and so that's what I was trying to clarify. On this one, we now need to appoint.
I
Yeah.
apologize, Director. This previous one was the committees, and this is the who is on.
Right.
I apologize.
okay, so with regard to the local agency formation committee, the LAFCO, I have served on that committee before, but I'm willing to relinquish my position on that committee. I'll offer it to any other director who would be interested in serving, and I would first of all offer it to Director Dan.
Well, let's just talk about all of them first.
Okay,
I don't want to.
well, I started.
Okay, because I want to talk, I want to mention the Contra Costa County Fire Boards and Commissioners Association. I believe that organization is no longer functioning. I went to meetings in 2018, 2019, and the person who used to head that is no longer doing it and the organization is gone.
Let's take that one off the list then.
So I don't think we need, if it comes back, I think we can deal with it. So I would recommend removing that one from our district liaison.
Okay. Do we have to have one to LAFCO, by the way? Is that a require? Are all these required?
No, sir.
Is there any reason why we really need to have one to the LAFCO? I mean, I got a bunch of communications and offers to attend meetings. I never attended one. There's nothing on their agenda that seemed to direct.
I was trying to think of anything that's come before LAFCO.
Only
Not
if we
honest.
decide to like
6 years.
have the city of Orinda leave the fire district or something. That's when LAFCO gets involved. And I hope like heck that doesn't happen right now. So, you know, we can always start one if we need one, but it doesn't seem to me that we need to have any.
What do you think? Do you think we need it or not?
I don't know, sir. I mean, I think this is the sort of thing that there's not much going on until there is. And when something's going on, these are the sort of agencies that very little attention is paid to them. And then all of a sudden there's an outcry when they have done something that no one saw coming. So I defer to the board as far as the need to have either an assigned director or have the director present in the various things that they do with elected officials. I would note though that in these with the councils and with LAFCO specifically, and to the fire boards and commissioners, to Director Dancer's point, there are far fewer fire boards and commissioners in Contra Costa County than there were in 2018. It's a recent consolidation. So that the relevance, it's now a very small group. Yeah. But with regard to the city council, the town council and LAFCO, there's a different level of engagement, a different level of participation that's afforded to elected officials and to staff. So that these are areas, I don't have a recommendation other than prior boards saw fit to appoint liaisons, and those liaisons participated in whatever degree they participated in. I defer to the directors who did that with regard to how beneficial or how useful that is. I would offer specifically to LAFCO, they have a tremendous amount of power, and they can do things that if we're represented in that setting, maybe we can have some influence over when they pertain to us. That said, of late.
You want the power? Take
Yeah.
it.
There you go.
I give you all that.
Okay, I'd be willing to be that liaison, yes.
It doesn't involve a big expenditure, or at least it didn't involve much of a time reading a few emails.
So what is the Contra Costa Special Districts Association?
I'm not sure how often they meet. The pre-pandemic, they used to be, as did the fire boards and commissioners, and they had monthly meetings. And it was pretty active. I have no idea how active they are now, if at all.
Yeah. Not that much.
Yeah, I went to one of their meetings years ago and it was a nice excuse to have dinner.
Yes, sir. I don't think those are happening anymore, just didn't pick up after the pandemic.
So I would argue that we should eliminate the top two then. Well, you said,
No,
I
you
didn't want,
agreed to take
you don't want a number two gone, so that's good.
Yeah.
Do you care, President Jones?
What?
For number one? I mean, if they aren't meeting, then.
Yeah.
why-
Well, two are not meeting. It sounds like one's not meeting either,
Right,
so.
so I would eliminate those two.
Yeah.
And then we can change Director Danziger for.
Yeah.
Elected President Rome, whatever her name is.
I'm willing to serve on the Orinda City Council liaison. It makes sense that that's almost entirely in my.
I'm happy to have you switch with that, that's fine.
Yeah, but you're already on that.
No, you can take my job, that's fine.
No, wait a minute. We're both on that.
No, that's the
this is
difference.
2 by 2.
That's
Yeah.
One
That's
for
two by
each.
two, it's a different.
No, you stay on it. I don't need it, I'm gonna have my hands full as the president. I gotta
Okay.
figure out how to do it,
Okay.
so you stay on that committee.
so.
Do you want to stay on it?
I'm fine.
Okay.
I just didn't want to.
No, I just misunderstood. I thought it was the 2 by 2. It's late in the evening.
And Director Hassler,
Not thinking
We
straight.
already did that.
you want to stay?
I'm happy to stay, but if somebody else wants to do it, I mean, we meet quarterly. Usually for a casual conversation, but
Sounds like we have a consensus to leave the bottom three. The change on LAFCO.
Romer for
Yeah.
Danziger on LAFCO and eliminate the
No,
first two.
Danziger for Roma on that.
Did I say it wrong backwards?
Yeah.
Sorry.
We
Sorry.
eliminate the first two, so and we keep the last 4 and 5 the same.
Okay. I
Any
move that we-
public comment?
If I may, we also, as Marcia mentioned, audit committee assignments currently are Hassler and Jex. If the board would like to keep that forward.
Yeah, those are the prior ones.
Yeah, that was my fault out of order, sir. The prior event was the maintenance or dissolving of the committee. And this item is the assignment of people as liaisons and as the committee member. So the package motion that I, at least as I understand it, the pleasure of the board at the moment is that the package motion would be the appointing of Hassler and Jex as the audit committee as 2020 for the 2024 standing committee. And then we have eliminated or sunsetted the fire prevention ad hoc committee in the 2024 joint fire prevention with city of Orinda, or 2x2 would remain directors Jorgens and Romer. And that for the liaisons, we would not staff the Contra Costa Special Districts Association, the Contra Costa County Fire Boards and Commissioners Association. We would make a change with the LAFCO committee liaison to Director Danziger, and that the Orinda City Council will remain Director Jorgens, and the Moraga Town Council would remain Director Hassler. If that's the motion.
That's correct. That's the motion.
There you go.
You can breathe now.
Thank you.
So-
Yes, we are ready for public comment. Jonathan Goodwin.
Hello, to Director Jorgens, question about the importance, the mysterious importance of LAFCO. I don't know, 2009, somewhere around there, 2010, I can't remember. They did a municipal service review and were highly influenced by some of your neighbors there in Orinda who wanted to consolidate this fire district into Fire for reasons of, bringing more money into the county coffers there. And there was a lot of opposition to that. I actually went to a couple of their meetings. That was, that didn't happen. But this district is potentially vulnerable to that. So that's the reason that you're having Director Danziger just, keep an eye on what kind of mischief they're up to. Thank you.
And that concludes our public comment.
Roll call on the,
So we have a motion. I'm sorry, who was the who motioned?
I did.
Okay.
The chief clarified it.
Yes.
And I'll second.
Director Danziger.
Aye.
Director Hassler.
Aye.
Director Jorgens.
Aye.
Director Romer.
Aye.
President Jex.
aye.
Okay.
And committee reports.
Wow.
No.
No.
None.
I think we already brought that up on the meeting, so it's easy.
And the joint fire prevention.
We had the meeting was yesterday, actually, and it was a very productive meeting. I think the two representatives from the city of Orinda are they expressed their appreciation for, the work that we're doing and the communications that we have and the value of the meetings that we have. And there were lots of topics about, coordination and communication and working together to promote more fire prevention and to get the word out. And so I think it is a very valuable time that we invest, and especially the staff invests, the chief in particular probably, in building communication with the senior people that run the city of Orinda. So I think it's a very, very valuable thing that we're doing. There weren't any amazing, outcomes from the whole thing, but it's an hour and a half very well spent. 2 hours.
Especially when Mark Evans is there.
Exactly. Okay.
Okay, would we like to take public comment on the committees? And we do not have any public comment. We did receive 2 written public comments that were sent to us as part of the committee, which were forwarded to the board, and they're also available on our website.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Future agenda items.
So I don't know whether it's when do we talk about the fact that we are probably gonna cancel the December board meeting? Should we just discuss that, or I don't know, I don't know where you do that?
We're not required to, if it's the board's pleasure, we can. If not, we'll provide a communication as we get a little bit closer as we have in the past. But if the board has a strong feeling about it either way, this would be a great time to discuss it.
Let me ask you this question, is it required, we can have a special meeting, we don't have to meet on the 3rd,
Correct.
so. I would just say if there's any pressing matters.
Or not.
Oh, you already know there's not, okay, never mind.
The only issue the audit report would be approved in December.
Yes, sir, and that can roll to January. If it's the director's pleasure to do it in December, we could identify if there
Why
is a
could we
special
not
meeting.
do
window.
it tonight?
Or say again, sir.
It's not been noticed.
For what, sir?
You can't do it tonight. 'cause it
Cannot do it
hasn't-
tonight, sir. We have pending questions and adjustments.
When do we have to turn it in by?
But
We have to send it to the Secretary of State at some point, right?
we've got some time.
Okay, well,
So-
because that was the only thing I think on our agenda tonight.
So I would
For all intents
propose
and
then, not move,
purposes.
but propose that we cancel the December meeting.
I agree.
Sure. Thank you, directors.
And so we'll go ahead and take public comment on future agenda items. Mark Evans.
I'm just gonna take an opportunity, not for a future agenda item, but to thank each of you directors. Director Danziger, Director Jex, Director Jorgens, Romer, and Director Hasler, all the time and effort and leadership you provide to our community. It's really greatly appreciated. I'm, as you know, heavily involved in the Firewise neighborhoods here in Moraga and Orinda, and we definitely appreciate what you guys are doing.
And I appreciate you.
Yeah,
I
thank you.
appreciate you
Thank you.
appreciating us.
Yeah.
Like I said earlier, that means a lot. It really does.
And especially with somebody that's spending as much time as you
Yes,
do, because
I
you're giving
agree.
a huge amount of time yourself.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I get to see you guys a lot, right? But I want to move also, of course, to the staff, MOFD, and I really want to call out Marcia. I just tell you, Marcia, you've helped me so much, but you make everybody in this room and a lot of people outside this room look a lot better than they really are. So thank you
That's
so much
true.
for all your efforts, Marcia.
Thank you so
Yeah.
much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
I do too.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, I move that we adjourn the meeting. Oh, sorry.
Wait. Before we adjourn,
Oh,
I'm just gonna make a request. I would like to make a request that we adjourn the meeting in memory of firefighter, John Martinez from Contra Costa Fire. He recently succumbed to occupational related cancer death. He had only been with the fire department for 6 years. He was a very young man. And he was also a U.S. Army veteran who did tours in Iraq and Afghanistan. So
Wow.
I just ask that we think about him and his
Yes,
family.
thank you.
Great suggestion.
Thank you.
Okay.
All those
With
in
that said,
favor?
I move that we adjourn the meeting.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, everybody. Wow, 9:30.